Good morning. Ding ding. How's everyone doing? How fucked are our pets? Depends when they expire. Do they expire today? If they expire today, they're fucked. Um, Probably just because we don't have enough time to drop far enough. SPX. Right. Is today the day NVIDIA breaks below GM? Maybe. NASDAQ's down 50 points right now at open. So 50 basis points. I slept in and missed bank earnings this morning. Were they good? They were pretty decent. You know, depositor inflow and fund inflow, like investment fund inflow, have both been really high, which is, flight to safety, but it's also not bad for their balance sheet. Interest rate earnings were still moderate. I think as analysts dig more into the data over the course of the day, there's chances they could run into risk that was not previously weighted, and that could be more bearish. But for right now, yeah, they're pretty moderate. I don't think there's anything out of the like JP Morgan or BlackRock or Wells or PNC that looked overly bearish. Obviously, I haven't gotten to read all the like 10Ks and stuff, but I missed yesterday's stream. I hope your mom's okay. Yeah, she's doing good. Thank you, Stoxalona. I've been around much. What's going on with Upstart? I'm just glad my sold CCs are green. It looks like the FTDs are about cleared up. Market pressures doesn't seem to be affecting it as much as liquidity comes back. I expect it'll be shorted. The current consensus is that there's going to be at least another 25 BPS rate hike, so we're still kind of far away from a stable credit market, probably another quarter. So yeah, I think Upstart will likely get shorted back down into like the $13-12 range. I've been doing buy rights at like 16 and 15 and then selling CCs against the shares at like 14, 13.50 and 13. In the expectations that I won't get assigned. I mean, if I do, I don't care, but I don't think I will. Are the bank earnings surprising to you? Not really. I still think they're not making enough money on interest rates, and I think the Fed is still dumping MBS into their lap from 2008 that they have to buy, and that's Still an issue for them. Your allergies sound awful today. Yeah, I laid off the the antihistamine. They've been like putting me to sleep. I can't like focus or concentrate. Um they've got me on like a whole cocktail of shit, so I just stopped taking it last night. Why would Nvidia dump now when bank earnings weren't that bad? But is Nvidia a bank? I mean, Nvidia's got its own set of issues going on right now. Warren Buffett just dumped TSMC, right? He dumped billions of dollars of TSMC, citing seismological risk, which is fucking absurd. Um, so that's their only fab. For those of you that don't know, without TSMC, Nvidia ceases to exist as the company it currently is. So yeah, there's fears churning in that market already. AMD's partnered with XLNX, and Intel's building their own fabs here in the US over the next like 3 to 6 years, depending on hiccups and the time frame. I believe in Ohio and Arizona. And also, yeah, Nvidia's gamma neutral is getting very close to flipping. We're probably bouncing off of it right now. Yep. Ooh, big rally. That was fun. Another put. Still think we can see 4150, 4160 to the upside today. Potentially. Are you bullish on April OPEX? I might be. Really depends on how the market reacts over the next week. And if they start shorting GME or not. Do you anticipate action next week on T13 Reg Show for Upstart? I mean, if it stays on Reg Show, it probably won't at this rate. They tend to be pretty good at getting it off Reg Show quickly. How do you feel about NVIDIA June 210 puts? I don't hate them. Hey Greg, I just wanted to say seeing you come on the stream makes me happier than receiving an "I'm not pregnant" text. Te amo. Thank you so much, Kendra, and congratulations. I'm glad your mom is doing okay. Yesterday, right before close, you showed a tail risk chart. Would you mind explaining what that chart represents, please? Thank you. I'm not sure the exact calculation CBOE uses for their tail risk index, but I could probably look it up. Equally weighted index of constituent funds designed to provide a broad measure of performance of underlying hedge fund managers that seek to achieve capital appreciation during periods of market stress. So that's fucking useless. But anything on the dashboard for the calculation? There we go. It's a total return index that's rebalanced quarterly. This special quotation, option settlement value is determined as put, old settle max. Huh. 1 second. Let me see if that's accurate. Okay, so it looks like it's a tail event risk measurement on the S&P index over a 3-month time frame by looking at put options on the S&P index that are 30% out of the money. If the price of the option is 30% lower than the current level of the index, they're considered like where participants are marking crash insurance. It divides the price of the put options by the current level of the S&P 500 index, and then the ratio given is an indication of the market's expectation of the probability of a large market decline or a crash occurring over the next 3 months. So yeah, it's kind of just trying to define asymmetric risk on SPX positioning. I don't know. I'm looking at the calculation, and I don't know how accurate it is, but it does in its own way define it, I guess, or it at least defines an informed crash or the risk of an informed crash. I think my immune system's fine, Esril. It's trying to kill me right now. Love me some asymmetric risk. June 13th, 315 QQQPs. Ooh. Wait. Maybe a couple days. NVDS, a good medium-term investment. As long as NVIDIA continues to slide, sure. What are your thoughts on gold calls? I guess they might see another bump through SLD next week. Gold was rocketing last night. What's it down to this morning? So it fell by about 13 bucks. I don't know. The flows into gold seem pretty consistent, and oil's still up. I'm not super concerned about gold bottoming out just yet. Like I've said before, none of the money flow right now currently supports a bull market besides some options. So based on current SPX position and charts you posted showing similar areas to other bear rallies, are you loading up on puts at this level or waiting until Tuesday? I'll probably wait till I buy more. Well, it depends. If we get a decent rejection at like 4160, I might look to pick up some longer dated puts there simply because they'll be cheap. But I won't be getting a lot of shorter dated puts probably till next Tuesday. You think SPX is going to walk down to Electric Avenue 4300 levels today? I don't currently see any options anywhere in that range. Although yesterday we got kind of surprised by the 4150s. That would be, you're talking about a massive reposition to the upside, which if we were going to see it, we wouldn't see it till after SLD probably. There's some interest at 4200. I'm not entirely sure that it's not just sold. It very well could be. Most of it expires next Friday. Yeah, the 4200 strike net gamma change is negative, so yeah, they might be sold up that high. Today I'm more worried about like the closer dated level, or like the nearer levels at like 4150, 4160, which I think we're gonna see. Both of those strikes are pretty stacked going into this morning. I don't have zero DTE data just yet, but I will in a minute. Let me open that, by the way. Alright, zero DTE charts. Still need another minute on that. Ooh. Fucking Upstart bounced hard. GME 2325. What's IP looking like? Ooh. Yeah. That's still kind of shit. One second. I'm trying to see if I can pull up the zero DT charts. I think, at least for now, I'm probably going to close my long side straddle at 4160. Maybe I'll wait. Yeah, so some interest coming in at 4170, 75. So, looks like we might be going in for a little bit of a ride today. MOASS Friday. Memes are running a bit. Yeah, that looks like it. Jimmy looking very green. It is. Yeah. I'm so glad I closed my 23cc earlier in the week. Oh, I mean, I don't have anything that expires today, I don't think. Can you tell the market to cool off? I'd like to not get assigned at my $23 cover calls for GME. I mean, if they don't expire today, the chances of you getting assigned on them are pretty slim. Think we're gonna hit 4200 today? It doesn't look like it right now. Rejection off 4160 and we pull back. That's kind of where my head's at. But I don't know if that's going to be the end of our upside price action for today. Although this rally was fucking crazy. Holy shit, that was a lot of volume. Upside of the wedge is at 4,200. We're broken up above the 1.75 standard deviation. 4,200 is the 2 standard deviation. Um, 5 minutes still looks pretty bullish. So is the 1 minute. If it even pulls back. Oh, shit, what I do? Oh, fuck me. God damn it. There it goes. Did that order fill? Ah. It's been a fucking nightmare. I just killed it. No, I just fucked up my WeBull window. Dude, what's happening? We're over a point per minute. Shit's getting crazy. Where's the fucking quote? Oh, I see what happened here. Is that fixed? I think that's fixed. It doesn't look right though. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it still looks like there's more upside in this. Order entry. No. Remove. Still see sub 4100 during SLD? I believe so. Yeah, I think we can. I'm not actually here technically. Why the rally? What did I miss? Someone fill me in, por favor. Oh, there's just a shitload of calls, and bank earnings were moderately consistent with expectations. For the macro POV, what is the SPY doing? Is real money flowing in, or is this just short-term positioning? I know a lot of people are short, and I'm underwater carrying bear call spreads. I just want your thoughts. I don't think this is sustainable, but it's sustainable for now. So we still have 2 more days till SLD. Call positioning right now is targeting, at least 4170, 4175 maybe. So I don't think we're not going to see those levels today. It's very likely that we see them not only today but soon. After that, I don't know if like call profit taking is going to occur, but we're not going to see any downside today without calls taking profit. Especially after we broke above 4150 because we're in gamma positive territory. So the market maker is now buying into falling prices, which supports continuous upside movement. Yeah, Express bought out bonobos, something like bonobos, I think they're called. Ah, there it is. Not the sex monkeys, but the trendy fashion brand. Happy Friday, Gurk. Do you enjoy pizza on Fridays? Not always. I guess some Fridays I do. Jimmy will squeeze. From what? Does it seem like an obvious pump before everything crashes, or am I too biased? I mean, there's still really no interest in anything that would indicate bullishness. We're not seeing reverse repo come down and liquidity flood back into the SPX. We're not seeing, you know, the bond market yields surging up as people sell off long-term bonds. I mean, it's the money market flows are still up. I didn't get stopped out on that tiny dip because of your explanations about SPX movement yesterday. Thanks. No problem. It would be an insane end of week if SPX actually approaches 4,200 today. It would be pretty nuts. Should I cut June 395p or let them ride down 50%? I always get nervous, but I know I have theta. Hmm. Oh, 1 second. It's a dry cleaning delivery. Alright, upstart looks boring. I'm gonna switch it to VIX. Oh, fun. Everyone gonna just capitulate at 4160? Why buy the fucking calls at 4170 then? No, it was like a comforter. What data was that? Michigan consumer sentiment, which I'm looking at now. Michigan consumer sentiment preliminary up 63.5 versus 62. Business inventory is up uh, zero point 0.2 over the previous point, or negative 0.2. Jesus fucking Christ. Inflation expectations 4.6 versus the previous 3.6. Retail inventories ex autos 0.3 versus the previous 0.1. Consumer expectations up looks like 11 points. Michigan current conditions preliminary up 2.3. Michigan 5-year inflation expectation flat at 2.9. Nah, still looks like everything's bullish. Huh, that's neat. Vic's about to die. I don't know if it's gonna die, but it's dropping. SLD, believe it or not, also bullish. Global nuclear conflict, bullish. I really don't want to jack anyone's tits. This is not the purpose of this. But this reminds me of like this entire period right before the COVID crash. Which also happened after SLD. Where did my little pen go? All right, that's unacceptable. Like this. Like we already started crashing back here. And I was like, finally, I'm saved. And then it just fucking rocketed for like 3 weeks straight up. It was actually the fucking worst. We didn't have a sufficient catalyst then either. Like everything was already a known factor at that point, right? PTSD, a little bit, yeah. Everyone's still looking bullish. My 4175C, hope so. Jesus, man, you really hate buying your options anywhere near the money, don't you? So we just need a consensus from large participants that now is the time to dump. Yeah. I mean, back in the COVID crash, it was the idea that companies weren't going to make as much money going forward as they did currently, right? And that was enough. And then 2 months later, it dumped, right? You were happy with the end result of the COVID crash. I mean, yeah. Oh, this is awesome. Call capitulation. It's moving up. Almost back at open. What the fuck is going on? Hmm. Stopped out of my straddle. Well, the long side of it. It's getting pretty bearish pretty quick. Jesus. Did all the calls just dump? Ooh, yeah. 4075, 4070, 4165 all broke down. 4160 breaking down. 4150 slowly. Put volume ramped up pretty quickly. Still call side favored. Oh, just a casual 50 BPS drop in 5 minutes. Yeah, right? I hate this fucking market right now. The volatility is just ridiculous. I'm just gonna straddle everything. Friday the 14th, close enough to the 13th. Watch it swing 50 points back up now. I wouldn't be fucking surprised. Did you see the Wall Street Journal article quoting a 49-year-old Uber driver saying that he believes Ryan Cohen is going to buy out BBBY? I'm not kidding. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, I think at that point they're just like making fun of them, right? Did you guys see that fucking video of, I think it was also an Uber driver, and he got out of like his Uber in New York City and went up to like some financial news guy who was outside of like one of the banks and just started shouting like buy BBBY at him. In the event of a crash, should we see 50 BPS drops over 5 minutes all day? Or would we see actual 100 BPS moves in a single candle? You could potentially have both of those things occur. Are VIX calls a good play at this point? I don't particularly like playing out of the money VIX calls, but they're probably not awful. I wouldn't go too far out of the money, and I would have lots of theta. Are you gonna meet Kramer today in Jersey? Fuck no. Uber driver drops tip of a lifetime. That was Night Knee. uh, I don't think BBY holders even know who the CEO is. Oh no, they do. They do. Larry Fink on CNBC says inflation is unlikely to drop below 4% soon. Yeah, it looks like him and Jamie are getting ready to dump some bags. Google 10250 June put. June? I kind of like 105's better, but I guess if you're gonna go with that much time, is there a lot of liquidity at that strike? I would make sure that the spread's not too bad. Like 100s just seem better at that point. 4K, that's not too bad. I don't have any insider info about Larry dropping bags. It's just funny that like 2 weeks ago they were like, "Oh, the Fed needs to pause rates. Inflation is under control," and now they're like, "Nope, there's definitely going to be a recession. Inflation's going to stagnate." I hope all our downside gaps get Mia Khalifa before May 19th. You're not alone. When watching futures, what kind of lag is there before moves in S&P? There really isn't. Not one that you can take advantage of. They're used to hedge SPX, and SPX is used to hedge them. So they're interrelated, but they're all the same index. I remember that moron. Thank you, Celtic Mako. It's been a long time. Wait, futures are not from the future? No, they exist right now. So futures aren't forward looking at all except in their price. My cousin was a purchasing manager at Chewy when they went public. Co-merged PetSmart, then spun off Chewy and left all the employees with worthless PetSmart stock. Nice. Don't worry, VIX is at a yearly low point, so we're not actually experiencing volatility. Well, we're experiencing volatility, we're just not seeing any realization of price on the VIX due to volatility. With GME being so illiquid, do you think they'll be able to get it to 20 for SLD? They'll probably be able to get it below 20 if SLD dumps hard enough. SLD provides liquidity. I don't choose one over the other. I just watch both. One of them has volume. One of them doesn't. If you expect SLD dump, buy back covered calls. I'll buy them back if GME gets illiquid enough or if the market kept ripping. So the more the market rips, the more they have to internalize, right? Which makes GME more and more illiquid. If the market's gonna tank, then I'm not buying back any of my covered calls. If you had to speculate, what point do all the calls sell off in fear? Well, there's not a lot of call interest below like 41.30. So if we fall below 41.30, at least for the intraday, and 41, I mean, we already fell below 41.45 on the. Oh wait, hold on. Let's not. Up to date. 1 second. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of call support at 41.30, 41.25 to the downside, but it's weak. So gamma flip point, the local one is at 4107.50. Long-term gamma flip point, gamma neutral, 4115.80. So below gamma neutral, sell-offs become far more intense. It's starting to look violently bearish. Well, I guess the data was more right than the people buying 4170 calls. It kind of still looks bearish. I still don't know. I still don't know if we're gonna like slip down to like 4130, 4125. I mean, that's still quite a ways from now. I wonder if we're seeing any news come out of the banks. Huh. Do you think a big call sell-off today makes Monday even spicier into SLD? It could. Or people will just sell now. Up 85% on 0DT Tesla puts. Do you see more downside today? Mm, yeah, I mean, the momentum's looking good. Still picking up on the 5-minute. Momentum still looks pretty bearish on the 15 as well. That was a lot of call capitulation all at once. I love hedging at the top. Yeah. Well, I don't know. The overnight straddle was really good this morning. I didn't get stopped out in a great spot. I got stopped out like right here, but I'm okay with that. Because now my puts are on the money, so I'll just leave them. I still have puts at 4100 and 4090 that I would like to see go in the money though. Can SLD happen early, like now? Why not sell early when the market is topped out? Yes, it can. There's nothing that forces them to sell during the liquidity deposit period. They just have to make deposits at that point. I don't expect NVIDIA to do anything until it falls below gamma neutral. Sufficiently too. I mean, you want to see it slip gamma neutral, confirm that it's broken down, and then that's gonna what's gonna change there is that the market makers will be selling into the downside price action, right? Here's what I want to do. I want to buy some fucking lotto tickets. Jesus, those are overpriced already. These support levels are going to hit for SPX here. 4135, 4140, this range, there's some support. And then there's another support at 4120, 4125. Is my SPY 400p for May safe? It's, I mean, dork, you got like over a month, man. I'll try to have some fun today. Poopy pants. I think I'm going to do a little bit of gambling. I've got downside straddle profits that are burning a hole in my pocket. You do that every day. That's nonsense. Ooh. Hmm. Huh. You think the stack of 4170s were sold? A bunch of them were sold off. Not all of them, but a lot of them. I think the SPX would be more than... I'm sure some are also just sold, right? I think SPX would be more than happy to return to Thursday's closing price. Probably. What's up with PTPI? 170% today? I have no idea. You picking up calls or puts? Puts. Will we see SPY 407 in a month? I've got just under 30 DTE. Perhaps I should take 5% profit, and well, I don't really know what then. Okay, well, I mean, it kind of sounds like you bought options for the SLD period at least, right? Thoughts on us testing 4,200 when we get the intraday V? I fucking really hope not, man. That sounds awful. Express starting to move. Oh, nice. Maybe they'll get back above $1 before they have to reverse split. July $1 express covered calls worth it? I mean, I don't know if I'd sell them at this price. SLD position I would hold for a week. On the other hand, all this pumping out of nowhere makes you second guess every move I consider. I know the feeling. This week has been rough with the volatility. Frankly, if I hadn't straddled every night, I would be probably down like 120 grand this week. The straddles really saved my ass. Yeah, this week was a bitch. Who wants to make white if today is truly bearish for once? Like, as a group activity? Why straddle when you can continue to over leverage your 30-90 DTE puts by averaging down? Ah, interesting. I've been doing that too. I got some zero DTE puts on Nvidia and Netflix, and some on SPX. Got 41.35, 41.20, 4100. I was on a 30-minute call, 10 to 10:30. You're welcome, Bears. Didn't know what making white meant until I saw the one big circle. Okay. Down a whole 1% on your port. We will send you our thoughts and prayers. Is it possible to send you a picture anywhere? On Discord? FSLR finally breaking down. It wasn't doing too hot yesterday, even with all the pump. I grabbed a 4105 earlier. Nice. Any news on the banks? None that I've seen pop up. Bank of America clients have withdrawn 2.3 billion from U.S. securities. That was 2 days ago. BlackRock assets up 9 trillion. Huh. What are the yields looking like right now? Jesus Christ. The 3 and 6 month are back over 5%. 2 years back over 4. With 20 years at 3.8. Interesting. All right. I'm so traumatized. I'm just waiting for that bull bounce. It's fair. So my JPM calls it open only to watch it rocket after, but profits are profit, right? Yeah. Did you personally remove that post on Pickle Financial when you posted the daily, or are there other mods? There's a bunch of other mods. It's probably the worst post I've ever seen on all of Reddit. I want to see it now. Yeah, I didn't remove any posts this morning. I don't see anything. Is there a place I have to look for, like, removed posts? What was it called? I removed one yesterday. Uh, shouldn't I be able to see it, though, if it's removed? You mentioned ALB and recap yesterday. Is that short or long-term lithium play? I definitely didn't, unless someone asked me about it. I'm not in ALB. I have no interest in lithium at all. I sent you a picture. Where? Oh. Nice. Sorry if you commented on it already. What do you think a fair value of Express would be in 6 months to a year with the acquisition? I don't know. I haven't really done any calculations factoring in the acquisition yet. More revenue streams are good, though. The company's in a pretty strong position financially, so better? I mean, it's already massively undervalued. Do we typically get a jump on SPX from paydays and people dumping into 401s, or did I read false info? It sounds like horseshit. Modlog? Oh. The up one was still there this morning. The poster must have removed it. Was it just called up? That makes me sad. I wanted to read what this guy described as the worst Reddit post ever. Oh, okay. I didn't know if you wanted me to share that. When $1 leaves finna go in the money on Express, I mean, I hope they do. Otherwise, I'm gonna need to sell them before they reverse split. Title was up, then the text was just squart. Oh. I mean, that's amazing. People are really bullish on Jamie right now because it's illiquid, but the part that they're missing is that it's always illiquid, even when it goes down. The problem is the people, Fluffy, the problem with that, like people downvoting content on our subreddit, is that nobody in the pickle jar gives a fuck about our subreddit, right? So the only people that up or downvote anything in there are like super stonkers and BBBY fanatics. And then they post shit about like BBBY and upvote it to the moon. Put Express on the screen real quick. Why? It's not $1 yet. That's not true, Dad. Even when I'm sick. Thanks, Dr. Cyborg. That's pretty epic brigading, to be fair. Yeah. I can't write. I was thinking about when Bobby goes bankrupt, like actually files bankruptcy. I'm gonna write a guide to how to seller box it. Like the simple man's guide to seller boxing BBBY. What's the blue line on the screen for SPX? Support? Express isn't $1 yet, but it's still it's fun to see something moving up 40%. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm excited about it. I have a lot of Express. I bought it before earnings, and I've been averaging down a little bit too. That's some mighty fine trolling, boss. Seller boxing for dummies. Anyone else get that gorilla t-shirt and cringe a bit when you see it in your drawer? No, no, can't say that I have. I've never liked the term ape. I think it's fucking stupid and possibly subtly racist, depending on the context in which it's used. There have been a few posts where ape has been used in a way where I was like, that's probably not okay. Do you think with the DRS movement we get to the liquidity of Upstart or DDS without GME releasing shares? Then only shares will be the way to play GME? No. No, we're probably, I mean, at least for now, markets are still being made on GME. I think like DRS is still super, super far away from locking the float. It's not subtle. All right. I was being nice. You know you could get super stock nuked from Reddit for brigading. since they're already on thin ice with the admins for that. I don't care enough. Hey, SS will not ban you for using that word in the wrong term, but they'll slap the fuck out of you if you don't DRS. Any hope for my GME 21 CCs 428? Yeah, I don't know what you're worried about. You've got like 2 weeks till expiration. Oh, interesting. I'm out down 42% on public share offering. That makes sense. How's OI looking on SPX? I feel like that was the bottom and the rest of the day is slow up. Really? This is a megaphone at the end of a massive drop. These generally aren't super bullish. I mean, it could be if it continues to recover, but right now, yeah, things still look pretty bearish. There might be a little upside that comes in here. We retest like the 4140 level. Hold on, I'm trying to get the OI updated. Aren't the megaphones at the bottom of a big drop like super bearish? Yeah, but they're also volatile and they can kind of go both ways. All right, the fact that a lot of this call OI is sticking around on the longer term time frame at like 4150 and 4175 makes me think that a lot of that is sold. Pretty strong support at 4130 to the downside. If we break through 4130 on the 0 DTEs, it gets real put heavy. That's weird, man. What the fuck is going on here? Hold on. I gotta take a picture of this and show you guys. I don't know if I've seen this before. This is different. This is a different approach to 0 DTEs. What the fuck is that? They've just erected a wall of in the money calls at 4130. Hold door. Right? That's a little odd. Well, they're fucked now. What's your PT on Express? I mean, it's kind of like a longer term buy and hold for me. I don't know. I think it's worth more than like. Actually, it's probably worth quite a bit more than $5 a share. I don't know how long it'll take the market to realize that value, or if the shorts on it are going to capitulate. But So I put credit spread at 4,000 safe. Yeah, I mean, does it expire today? I don't think you're going to see that today. That'd be ridiculous. Why did I choose to wait until next Tuesday to enter puts? Listen, man, no one ever could have seen this coming. Like the Bulls had all the momentum this morning. They had all the positioning. They were buying farther dated calls. Charm was in their favor. The gamma hedge was in their favor. Everything. They just got fucking obliterated by futures contracts again. Yeah, it's the perfect time to rug them. Let's see if it continues, though. Bears are mean, huh? It's the third time that's happened this week. I mean, the Bears are just starting to punish the Bulls for fucking trying to pump the market with zero DTEs, right? Like now the Bulls know that if they decide that the market needs to open with 120,000 out of the money zero DTEs over the next $20 in strikes, they might get fucked. Well, it started Tuesday night. By the way, CC strategy is so easy compared to managing these straddles and swinging SPX. Yeah. As we approach JPM's 3800P of the collar, do they take some action in futures, like how they hedge the upside of the sold calls? Or do they not start until approaching their sold calls? The 3885P? They're 3885, not 3800. Yeah, they definitely do. As far as I'm aware, they hedge all three breakpoints in the straddle with futures. Or the collar. I'm considering buying some 3-month T-bills since they're almost 5%. I have some cash sitting. Thoughts on that move and a possible Fed rate hike? Well, there's probably going to be one more rate hike, but yeah, yields are high right now. I mean, 5%'s really good, right? It's over the federal funds rate currently. Just got in. Your stream card today is Chef's Kiss. Thanks, Kith. Gamma in the 41, 30, 35 range is annoying. Such a chop zone. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It doesn't matter. If we get more call capitulation, we'll drop, right? So they sell to open futures, which accelerates the effects of the gamma effect of the 3880. 3885. And yeah, I mean, that and then the market maker hedge is enormous, right? When those go in the money. If they go in the money. Question, looking at the 4130 call wall you showed, how does that line of resistance cause a bounce on the ticker? Would retest of that 4130 after bounces mean levels of the call wall selling off? I mean, that's just like a historic support and resistance point on SPX. That's why that's there. It's nothing to do with the call wall that got erected today. But yeah, I mean, if the call wall starts to sell off, then prices will probably fall underneath it. Has the last 48 hours changed your long-term thesis on SPX? No, but it's annoying. I'm still in far-dated puts. I don't think I'm going to change anything about that positioning anytime soon. Do you have any lottos for the day? I picked up some Netflix puts and some Nvidia puts. See if Nvidia breaks down through gamma neutral. I don't think it will, but it might. Like if SPX slips down to 4100 and Nasdaq sells off in line with that, then falling below gamma neutral on Nvidia could spark like quite the downside push. So I got a few DTs for that for fun. They weren't much, like $20 each or something. How can megaphones break? Does the center line have any significance, or are you just looking at the upper and lower bounds? You're kind of paying attention to the upper and lower bounds. They generally either they break down really hard or they consolidate into like a different formation over time. What they usually infer is that a lot of repositioning is occurring at the top or bottom of a large amount of price action. They tend to be bearish because volatility is inverse price usually, statistically. What's your opinion on Peter Schiff, the gold bug? I enjoy the fact that he tries to get people to buy gold. Gold's slipping really hard today, though. Lost 200 basis points this morning already. People getting a little overconfident in the banks. It hasn't fallen outside of the like long-term trend yet, but the institutions about the call will do it, so they can be the one that dictates when the drop happens. Load up on puts, then immediately sell off the call wall at their discretion. I mean, probably erect the call wall in order to reposition shit that fell out of the money, right? Reposition, buy puts, and then you can pull it. Have you changed your mind from the DD about buying back GME CCs? I mean, I still wouldn't do it till next week, but I haven't decided yet. I mean, if the market continues down, then no, I'm not going to buy them back. What's NVIDIA gamma neutral today? It's like 264. Right around there. I said it earlier. I don't remember now. Didn't I put it in the daily? Thought I put it in the daily so I didn't have to answer fucking questions about it. Maybe I forgot. 264.46. There, I'll put it on the chart. Oh, fucking come on. So yeah, this is starting to slump to the downside of that call wall. That knowing both of those things increases the probability of bearishness. Gold's just really volatile. My Unjura shares have arrived. Covered calls are out. Thanks for the knowledge, dude. Gotta look back and chuckle sometimes. Congrats, Kyle. If history repeats itself, GME may have an afternoon run into Monday, then trade sideways before dropping back to 23 by OPEX. Okay. Which history? GME doesn't have like a storied history of upside price action prior to OPEX, unless XRT is on reg show. Just so you know, the thing that causes that, instead of just looking at the chart and being like, these two things look the same, or ETF FTDs, which on GME right now are currently very, very, very low. Significantly lower than they've been in the past. Probably the only prior runs GME had before obvious dump is during earnings, except the last one. If other GME history repeats itself, my $18 GME CCs for June will be out of the money. End of OPEC settlement week. New Gex update? It's nothing. Nothing's changed. Jimmy removed all its Apple refurbs. That's bearish. Why? I thought they were making good money on those. Upstart was pushed down heavily against the market yesterday afternoon. Do you think put interest bodes well for OPEX realization in 1.5 weeks? We'll see what it looks like after OPEX or going into OPEX. Right now, it doesn't look great. Stop limit based off the bid or the last? Stop limit's based off where you set the limit. You mean the trigger? You can customize it in the options. Seems bulls weren't expecting the future sell-off. How about second future sell-off? We'll see if it happens. I'm holding some 30 DTE, 2350, and 25 GME calls expiring the 28th. I'm wondering if I should roll them out further or dump them. I'm still new to this. Do you think OPEX has some steam? Not yet. I would wait until SLD before making any brash decisions. Total guess, but they're going to relaunch the refurbs as more of a focal point. They should. Jimmy doesn't have a long history of doing things it should do, though, so. The cat keeps going on about hidden negative gamma trying to swallow the market. Is he on drugs, or did he find something else? He's just been playing in the catnip again. What the fuck is a brash decision? I think I just have a stuffy nose. Uh, Genuinely curious, how much would you have made if you sold all of your GME at the top of the sneeze? In January? I mean, I didn't have that much GME in January. I had options contracts. But I didn't have like a lot of shares. I didn't most of my GME was bought. Well, so most of my GME was bought towards the end of Feb. And then I bought like it was like 2,500 $40 calls. And then I cashless exercised a bunch of these over the course of like March through October. At various points. I bought shares here too, but going into the sneeze, I didn't have a lot of shares. I mostly just had like out of the money options. I had like 1,000 shares, I think. And then I sold half of my options. Um, well, almost half, like 40% of my options. On like the, well, what day was it? It was like the 26th, I think. Like before the top was ever realized. It was like when Jimmy hit like 120. And then I sold the rest over the next few days. And some on the downside. That was fun watching you exercise $20 calls while we were at 150. It was good times. I know that if I'd sold in the money covered calls on every OPEX, like 20% in the money, I would have made another 15 million that year, roughly, that I missed out on because I wouldn't sell covered calls on GME. And all of 2021, I only sold covered calls on GME once, and it was at like the top of the March run. I sold them out of the money, and then I spent all of June panicking that we were going to squeeze and I was going to get assigned. So in 2022, I changed my mind and decided to start selling covered calls on GameStop because there was no more chance of a squeeze anymore, at least in my mind. RC saved your covered calls. He really did. Yeah, the dilution definitely saved my covered calls there. I mean, I had plenty of options going into that meeting, but still, it would have sucked. There was no buying them back in June when we were hitting like. So when I sold them at like we were trading at roughly 300, like 290 to 300. And I sold them at 325. And in June, they almost went in the fucking money. Like a few times. So yeah, I wasn't gonna buy them back. What I should have done in June was roll them deeper into the money and further out. I have no idea where to change the stop limit settings, but WeBull says the trigger is the market price meeting your stop price. Okay. I don't know. Don't they have some like information? I'm not a fucking WeBull technical help specialist. Just go look it up. But there should be a setting for changing your limits. I don't know where the fuck it is. But if you go to like close an order entry. Yeah, if you set a stop limit, then you can put last. So right here, the stop you can't, but the limit you can change last, mid, ask, and bid. So you see that like little pencil there? So you have your stop, right? And then you see the little pencil. You can change the limit to be last, mid, ask, or bid. You didn't close them at the bottom? Oh, I was broke. Yeah, I was like basically I like full ported into GME in February. So like the only money I had was like the credit from those options. So I couldn't close them until they expired. Are bulls turning a corner here? I don't know. Price action's just kind of flat. They've managed to keep it up above 41.30 for now. Can you do that thing where you say something and then the market does it? Because, you know, it's Friday. Yeah, sure. Let's trade sideways slightly above 41.30 for another hour. What do you think of Upstart 1450? Or should we wait for a fresh low? I'm trying to be patient this time. I mean, I'm not buying any Upstart at 1450. Thoughts on lunch with Keanu Reeves? That'd be cool. What's your price target for a bear song? Sub 4100. Go for the dip next week and sell lower CSP is my plan. Huh. What's NQ looking like right now? Jimmy got a little bit of liquidity back with that drop today. They're still doing that thing there where they kind of shuffle the liquidity around, which makes me think they've internalized quite a lot. Huh. So is this gonna get more bearish? Is this inverted? No. A little more bullish here. Breaking down more. Really starting to pull away from that 41.30 interest. Downside here gets pretty flat to the gamma flip point, which is at 107. So let me pop that in. There I got two of these. 107.50. Yep. That's good enough. And then the long term was what? 41.15.80. So those are the two gamma neutral points right here. Well, we're starting to slide below the last of the local call interest. There's still some support in this range, but it's weaker. Like 41.25, 41.20. But if we get a big sell-off that pushes us through that range, then we start hitting the neutral range for gamma, which is like right here. Then to the underside of that, downside price action accelerates. Can we see a retest of 41.40.50 before SLD gives us more ouchy down-downs next week? Possibly. Gap fill at 40.95. That'd be cool. We kind of left that one open. There's a few downside gaps. But, yeah, that'd be awesome. Alright. Video. What's NDX doing? NASDAQ looks a lot more bearish today than S&P does. I don't even need to look at both charts. They're the same. Well, oil's helping prop S&P a little bit. Jesus Christ, the 2-year moved up to 4.1 already today? It's up 300 basis points? Oil will prop inflation a little bit. Not yet, though. Do you have any estimate of how the forward-weighted fast GN calculation is? I think they do it off of the last 28 days. Although it's kind of hard to reverse math it. Because they don't give you a lot of information on how they're calculating it in the first place. But I think they base it off the last 28 days. Or the next 28 days. So all contracts 28 DTE. I don't know how accurate it is. It's moderately so. I know you're not a dark roast kind of guy. I know you're a dark roast kind of guy, but I just got a bag of sight glass Ethiopian with notes of bergamot, jasmine, and lemon custard. Believe it or not, delicious. I don't particularly like light roasts because they're a pain in the ass to make and dial in, and I just don't want to fuck with it. Usually I get like medium or medium dark roasts. Uh, Generally more medium roasts though. The problem with the dark roast, even though I like the flavor, is that they can also be a bitch to dial in, but the biggest problem is they get stale really, really fast. Like they don't have like the beans don't have a very long shelf life. And they don't have very much caffeine, which is problematic. Given the unrealistic bullishness on the video, what do you think the PE ratio should realistically come down to on a correction? I mean, what is it going to trade at like a fair valuation? Or, still inferred earnings from AI 5 years down the road? Like a fair PE for Nvidia is probably around like, given their current earnings and overhead, I would say probably around like like 20-25 multiple. Looking at CSVs on Fubo would make more per day on collateral going with shorter dated CSVs. Why sell leaps? Just easier to manage, not having to sell some every few weeks, months. I've been selling so on Fubo. The last time I entered any was when we were sub $1. But if we get closer to $1.50, I might enter them again. But I've been selling 2025 leaps, right? And then buy. And the last time I did this, it was like 2 to 1. This gives you that volatility exposure. You can also do like $2 calls, like I think like 4 to 1 or $1.50. And since I don't care about assignment, it's not a true synthetic long. It's kind of you're synthetic long through 2024. I like those better on like meme stocks, right? Um because of the volatility spikes you experience, right? So if Fubo IV goes up like 20 points, you can just close it and you've made a bunch of money. What if Fubo reverse splits? That would really suck, but they're over $1, so I don't see why they would do that now. Are we megaphoning the megaphone here? Maybe. There's still no significant capitulation at 4130, so unless those sell off, I don't see us dropping out of this range just yet. $41.20 and 15 have sold off a little bit though. 41.25 has some support on the longer term time frame. This whole range is just kind of a bitch to break down through. But once we do, price action can start to fall off really, really fast. How would you hand manage a 500K account with minimal risk? How much managing do you want to do? And that's really the question there. Like, I mean, the reason I have like a bunch of like dividend stocks and shit is because it takes up too much time to manage. Like, once you start to build up a larger portfolio, it takes too much time to manage it all. So it's good to have shit that's just like defensive and pumps out dividends. Maybe some with like growth potential, but you're not always going to get that. Would you rather have one share of Bobby or a gumball from a quarter machine? Gumball. Buying bonds, dividend stocks, selling spreads, wheeling. I mean, probably a mix between like I mean, 500,000's like not enough for retirement or anything, right? So you want some growth, consistent growth in the portfolio. Um, Depends on your experience level, but selling spreads and wheeling is gonna get you far better. Like, you're gonna get it's more active, right? So this is kind of what you're really asking. So over here, you have like spreads, then wheeling, dividends, bond port, and that's presuming that you're just sitting on yields. So that's, I mean, like, active is going to have a higher yields over time, but it's going to carry more risk and more management, obviously. So it's more time consuming. And then over here you're going to have lower yields. With less risk, and it's going to be very passive. Mine falls somewhere in the middle of that, like my long-term portfolio, which I have to probably update soon again because I've changed some things around, but I'm sure I'll remember to do that in like the next 4 months. 3-month bonds are generating 4.5 to 5% rates. It's pretty great. That's annualized, though. Don't forget. I love how VIX has been descending while SPX is descending, right? You know the best part about today, Dork, is that VIX is down 67 basis points, and SPX from its peak has now fallen 85. How are you not bored with trading? Why not do something else with your time? I don't know. I like doing it. What else am I gonna do? I, I went the like I'm gonna sell 45 DTEs on everything and then fuck around route back like at the beginning of the pandemic. Like after the market crash, I was just like, I'm just gonna wheel shit and never work again. Um, that was maybe the worst 4 months of my life. I don't want to write a book. Saying, do not see a meaningful tightening in credit conditions. I do not anticipate a significant tightening of credit. Nice. Cure world hunger. That sounds difficult. We should go to Milan to live stream the GMA flagship store opening. No. When JPEG retires, are you going to take his place? I don't think so. Do you think Dish could be undervalued at this price? Possibly. But they have some serious headwinds. I would do your research there. They're not in a good place. You could chaperone mentally disabled people on the internet who don't research their plays or take responsibility. That's fun. Cure New York City hunger? Eh. I bought a homeless guy a euro the other day. So, doing my part. Was it hazy? I don't know. Probably not hot enough. Oregon structural steel and telecom sector. Dish is propping up a ton of cell sites for their 5G service. Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna be enough to get them out from underwater. I'm aware of their 5G rollout plans, but everyone else is kind of way ahead of them on the game there. Become a real estate mogul by handing out high interest loans to all of your degenerate friends and scooping up their homes when they can't repay said loans. So just HELOCs in interesting. So become a predatory lender is what you're saying. I feel like if I was a predatory lender, Popcorn Trader and Hazy would just be my biggest customers. And they're both gonna 100% default. And I don't want the underside of a bridge or a goat farm. I am not FDIC insured, nor am I loaning anyone any fucking money. I at least have assets you can sell. Hey man, that's not a nice way to talk about Hazy's tent, okay? He got that at that camping store. Goddamn, what's the name of it? What's the douchey camping store? REI, yeah. I also have a legit company. Yeah, but you're not going to put that up for 0 DTEs. I mentioned your stream to my neighbor a couple of months ago and he vanished in the middle of the night. Coincidence? We're very selective about our audience here. I'm not loaning anybody any money. Go away, gamblers. Don't tell me I have a problem. Yeah, but then I have to like convince you to keep running your business after you've lost it to me. It's really not worth it. Last time you loaned someone money, you got a house, but I didn't want the house. Now I have a house I don't want. I understand the value, but it's just like a pain in my ass. Now I have responsibilities in my life that I never desired. Upstart 15p 0 DTE, same like free money? Could be. This breakdown is sweet. Vic's just never going above 18 again. That's the plan. One of these days, I think the market's going to actually crash, and VIX is going to stay like sub 20. Like, we're going to pump like 150 basis points. They're going to get VIX down to like 12. The market will crash and it'll top like 21, like 2050. And then immediately fall to 8. Poor management of my longer dated puts has led to deeper out of the money July puts, down around 50%. Consolidate into a higher strike or average down. Well, that's a tough choice. You could do a little bit of both. You could consolidate maybe like 3,800, 3,850 up, and then keep the 39s and maybe average those out and get more exposure in like the mid to upper 4,000s. Or wait. If I was gonna do any of that, and like my puts weren't gonna go in the money, I would probably wait till SLD to move any positioning. Can't get an exact date on that. I already have some in the mid upper 4,000s. So you'd reposition after SLD? Well, during, right? When the premium values are higher. I mean, you could do it before too, but with that much theta, I mean, you're really planning on like a bigger drop than just SLD, right? What happens if Dixie below 100? I mean, it's not good. Good morning, ending. If you have a put in the money and you don't close it and you don't have the shares, do they create a short position on the stock for you? I mean, they create a short position when you buy the put. I bet you're expecting me to say something negative about Carl. You're absolutely correct. He has a dark stain on the pickle jar sole, darker than the stains on his unbrushed teeth. Anyway, win 4130 capitulation. I don't know. They haven't yet. When did Carl stop brushing his teeth? You and Carl's rivalry makes me never want to unmod Carl. Sell these lower strikes during SLD while premium is higher. Thank you, JT. Uh, Jesus Christ, 22 months? I've been doing this for too fucking long. Ugh. SGX keeps going down and my puts keep losing value. You've got to love it. Yeah, well, that's because VIX is flat. Well, Jimmy go back to 20 within a month? It could go lower than that. Come on. Sell your shitty puts. They're out of the money. You're not winning. Give up. Whatever. Calls. Why is Google being so resilient? I don't know. It's a good company and a monopoly. Ooh, the 4125s are starting to give up a little bit. Fuck yeah. I love that board game. Yeah, you do. Alright, are we gonna bounce here? We gotta bounce so the fucking calls can take profit, right? Look at AMD. Is this a bullish wedge? It seems to trend towards 85 before earnings. Or do we continue consolidating? Where did I put AMD? Why is it not on here? AMD looks like it's failing $90. Not quickly, but it's failing it. Fuck yeah, I do. So hot. Taking everyone's money. You've changed so much, Dork. At the beginning of your streams, were there were the Dans and the I can't remember their name. Oh, they were irrelevant. It didn't matter. Can you provide odds on the Dixie 100 versus 105 bet, which is seen first? It seems pretty obvious who's winning that one. Since the market's a bit slow right now, could you please go through different strategies on how to manage an options position if it goes the other direction? Thanks for all you do. Why would I want to do that right now? Buy the opposite position. And there's a million different answers to that question that all involve different positions. If you're long something and it moves against you, go short. If you're short something and it moves against you, go long. Although when you say the wrong thing and half the chat spazzes out and sets orders to sell options you just spoke of, even though you meant the opposite, it's ridiculous. Where do you think SPX peaks next week? 4150? I don't know if we're going to see 4150 again. Uh, Honestly, TLDR of the book is buy something both ways to be covered both ways in different variations. I mean, there's a lot of different hedging strategies, but the position you're in can greatly affect that, right? So just like outlining how to hedge, it's not that simple. It's far more nuanced. If you're like, if you ask me something like, how do you hedge like a bear call spread that's moved, into the money, then there's an answer for that, right? There's an answer for like how to hedge a condor, or well, which is a similar answer to how to hedge a spread, but you know, each one is different. The gist of it is you're buying something that's exposed in the opposite way. I found that if I sell CCs where I would normally buy calls, I'm profitable. The true successful trading strategy was inversing myself all along. Congratulations. Jesus, slap. Someone's calling me. Ooh, 1 second. This has got to be the world's slowest fucking capitulation of call interest. Is it getting bearish again? Really slowly. Gamma neutral on NVIDIA is right there where I drew that line. The 0 GTs are up 100%. Nice. You mean where NVIDIA forced the SPX to go back up? Yeah. How can they control the VIX so well? I see lots of bearish actions, 84% of premium. They have a lot of money and a lot of vested interest in keeping the VIX suppressed until they're prepared for it not to be. VIXpiration is next week, which is interesting. Let's unplug. You know, I've traded it a few times. Are you trading it or buying it? Which one do you want to know? I'm not overly fond of the company, but it's been a good trade a few times. Trading, it's at 2020 levels right now. You don't think it can go back to early 2020 levels? They've never made any money, you know that, right? Well, I think he's more interested in them doing an OPEX thing. You might not be wrong about that. They're about due for one. There's usually occur on kind of an off cycle to GME. They tend to be a little bit more persistent. Risky though. I don't have, you know, the two biggest ETF holdings? Is NVIDIA the market this whole time? Yeah. That's why we were calling it the NVIDIA 500. It's 500 stocks. All of them are NVIDIA. VTO and VO. Um, I mean, it looks pretty liquid right now. Is there any reason people would be selling it off? How long has it been in those? Can you give me something that's been in longer? It looks like it was added to those in September 2021. Around there. I need largest holdings, not largest weight, by the way. Largest number of shares owned. The Bulls fucked after getting burned twice this week. The Bulls have gotten burned a few times this week. Today might have been their last stand. And I think it was. I mean, like I said towards the end of the day yesterday, you know, we were nearing wherever the top was gonna be, right? Like the bullish momentum was like there was no more profitability really to the upside from where we were, right? Very, very little. So ICLN, QCLN. All right. ICLN, QCLN. I'm not leaning on either of those very heavily. Hold on, give me a second. Ooh, here we go. Also IWR. So maybe I'll try ICLN and IWR. See, there, that's a little better. Yeah, they definitely they love piggy banking IWR. Yeah, it might be getting ready for a pre-OPEX deal. Is IV dropping really hard on the high volume? Kind of looks like it's starting to. There's some liquidity being realized already. We're about 5 days out. Today's showing a bit of a shift in trend. Still really risky because it's had other blowouts in the past that have led to like basically no fucking price action. But those can be like other, like I don't know the history of the stock that well because those could be other like liquidity type events like ETF sell-offs or, you know, large shareholders moving out. Did you get 4K puts for SLD or FOMC? Right now I have 4Ks for 421 and for May 19th. I don't think either of those are for FOMC though. I think isn't FOMC later in May? Could you please explain how you managed and hedged your Nvidia position when it went against? Well, I bought calls into earnings. So as we approached Nvidia earnings, I purchased calls. Here, I can break the whole thing down pretty easily. So right around here, going into earnings, and I should have just sold my puts at the time, but hindsight's always 2020. I purchased calls. 25% of my total delta. Of my total put delta. I held on to those calls through, I think it was right around here, through this time frame. During this period where it was finding resistance against what was its gamma, near its gamma max, I was selling calls out of the money. And down here, as it tested GN, I sold CSPs. Like I think I was selling them about $10 out of the money on either side. When it moved up, I closed my calls. I assumed that this was going to be the top of the move when it started to break down. It wasn't. It bounced. I didn't have calls for this. I think I did on this, if that was a Friday. I bought, there was one Friday where I bought a bunch of 0 DTEs and they went up a bunch. But up here, you know, I sold 1 week calls and 1 week puts. Here at the low, I sold more puts. When it tested gamma max, I sold a lot of calls. And these were 2 weeks out. And then, you know, I sold puts last week here, and then this week, I don't really have anything open besides my put position, which I also averaged up in this range. I don't remember all the times I averaged it, but I averaged it several times in that range. But here's the problem with doing that for a lot of people. For most people, I think, even for me, I probably would have been better off just cutting my put position here when I closed the call hedge. I should have just closed everything out and then rebought as the bullish momentum started to die down over the last week. Always hedge earnings. I mean, the real lessons to be taken from this are always hedge earnings. Because regardless of how bad they are, the reaction is binary, right? And these were not good earnings, and yet it still went up, right? I mean, obviously, when I was shorting NVIDIA back here, I had no fucking clue that it was gonna, you know, become the world's most popular stock over the next 3 weeks. So this is an unusual situation to say the least. But, and then, you know, if you hedge earnings and you make all your money back on your hedge, you can probably close out the other side of your position and reposition, right? But it is finally starting to fade. It's taken fucking forever. Flip it. Dad, is VIX modern day GME? I have no idea. Are we gonna do it? Is NVIDIA going to close below GN with a red candle on the weekly? What happens then? Spicy snowball effects? I fucking hope so, man. I'm really tired of waiting around. Megaphoneception continues. Yeah, this price actions. I mean, there's just no volume yet. We'll see. Did we see the 4130s capitulate? I need to update and check. Don't forget there's 4125s on the longer time frame also. No, 4130s haven't capitulated yet. Just, looks like they're buying some more of them. Looks like some more 4125s bought too. Hmm. Greg, please stop trying to shill hedging to us. If it was so effective, then wouldn't all of the major hedge fund... Oh. Thank you for the explanation. Fantastic and brilliant answer. I hope someone has here has clipped. I clipped it. I'll upload it. Macron pension plan is approved by French court to raise pension age. Some more riots. Are they just trying to burn out the general public on rioting? I'm on a project right now with a Sean, a Shane, a Sean, and a Shane. Not confusing at all. No, not at all. Why do people ask questions like this? Instead of sustained 100 to 300 BPS drop through SLD, could we bounce hard during OPEX next Friday? Sure. Why? The market could also drop 2,000 BPS. Yeah. Because Bulls forgot to close out their 4160, 4170 calls. Oh, no, they didn't. they've been closing those all day. I think a lot of them were sold too, but you know the ones that didn't disappear immediately, those are probably sold or hazies, one of the two. Just start calling one of the Seans Seth. It's a surprisingly common mistake for some reason. Even on email, people fuck it up somehow. I bet VIX would only go to 22 for a 2,000 BPS drop. These underpasses are getting crowded. Tell people to go back to work. When are you quitting your job? Like what SPX price, Hazy? Where's the ES seller when we need them? I mean, they've got a lot of resistance to grind through. We're almost at gamma neutral. Right now they're burning, like the bull side's pushing back really hard. But they're not they're not affecting a lot of change in the price. If we rocket down into the end of today and we go down to 40.50, I'm gonna be livid. I mean, I'll be happy, but I'll also be really sad. I had a lot of 0DT 40.50s. Although both of my dead straddle legs will go back in the money, which would be fucking awesome. They're very dead. Very. 40.50s? Fucking mad lad. They were old. I mean, most of them were old. They were from a straddle that got blown the fuck up. Remember, like, what was it? Thursday? Like, the last Thursday of March? So, yeah, so I bought the straddle that night at close. And then I closed the long side of it on Friday when we tested, like, I think it was like 41.25 or something like that. But then I was just sitting on the short side of it, and then I tried to average it down a little bit this week, and we just never came close to 40.50 again. I made like plenty of money on the long side of it, but it still sucked. Oh yeah, back when those contracts made sense. Yeah. I just want to say thanks. You nailed CVS price movement yesterday. High 76 after only 10 seconds of de novo seeing ticker. Uncanny intuition. Thanks, Moon Man. Congrats on it, man. I hope you nailed your exit. There are different rules for taking profits on puts when they're protecting shares, right? Yes. I feel a bit greedy not taking profits on these puts, but they have a duty to perform, right? Yep. Yeah, I mean, like, if you're sitting on, like, say you have GME puts at 20, right? And you have 90 DTE, and you own an equivalent number of shares to puts. The purpose of those puts is if GME falls to, like, you know, $7, like, say the market crashes, and GME falls to $7, you can exercise those puts. You can get $20 a share for your GME shares, and then you can buy GME at market for $7. Which, if you've never averaged out of a protective put, it's the best feeling in the world. Otherwise, yeah, you would confirm a turnaround before closing them. So you sacrifice a little bit of profitability at the bottom to ensure that the price action is moving the other way, and then you would close them out, and then you can use the credit to re-leverage or whatever. Vup song for the VIX? Not just yet. What you got going on this weekend? This week was boring as fuck. I don't know, man. It really fucking was, though. Bear things are getting more bearish as we slip below the 41.25s and down into the 40.20 range. Gamma starts to get very flat. I'd expect them to protect it, but it doesn't look like the bulls are doing much of anything today. Probably because all their margins got blown up this morning when they went balls deep on 41.70 and 40.75 calls that were, down 60% 5 minutes later. What percent of cost basis is that protective put, generally speaking? I mean that varies depending on when you buy it, and generally I use like one put for every 120, 130 shares depending on implied volatility at the time, and I buy them at a delta of like 0.65 to zero point 0.7 for 90 to 120 DTE. So right now I have most of my puts on GM are at $25 and $24. This time they crushed the IV, so I bought like the $24 ones out of the money, and the 25s just in the money. Because IV was just dropping super fast. It didn't make sense to buy them deep in the money. Um, if IV is really high though, you have to go really deep in the money. Sounds great. I'm gonna buy $40 GME puts and sell at my cost basis. Well, you're gonna pay the difference up front. Who do you think is trying to prop Nvidia up above gamma neutral? I'd imagine anyone bullish on Nvidia. If Nvidia really breaks down from GN, I'll play a song. Your boss Fink is pushing a 4% inflation floor to replace the Fed's 2% today. Yeah, well, the Fed could just stop being transparent and a bunch of babies and just raise the fucking rate. The Fed can just come out and be like 3%. And we've decided to raise the target federal funds rate 300 BPS. JFresh, then JPOW can just flip off the reporters and walk out of the room. And I'm not gonna lie, it's about time. Like he really I don't think people understand that he really needs to do something drastic now. Portillo's, you fucking love bringing that goddamn company up, man. Holy fuck, they got crushed. I remember the last time you had me look at this was like back in 2021 when it was at like $40. I mean, it looks kind of bearish right now. Like maybe back down to like 1820, 1770. Does anybody nail the bottom on Bud? They had 2,500 shares for 63.59. I saw like 5 protest videos where people were drinking other Anheuser-Busch products, and that got me real bullish. Gotta keep the party going as long as possible. I think that's run out though, right, Dork? And they've got a really serious issue to address there with durables moving up over like the more volatile inflation points, especially with oil rising. Like they already know the recipe for more inflation, and they've got all the fucking ingredients literally stewing in a pot. So it's PTLOs from Chicago. It rhymes with armadillos, but it's not spelled. It's Portillos. Portillo? Okay. That works. This is looking more and more stagflationary. It's looking more and more hyperinflationary. I'd be freaking out if I was a member of the Fed. Yeah. I would say stagflationary if the dollar wasn't dropping like a fucking rock. They should have just, I mean, what they should have done is they should have just done 12% federal funds rate for 3 months back at the beginning of 2022. Let the fucking market crash and pick up the pieces. We would have already been recovering into a bull market by now. Instead, we've been in like a pre-recessionary phase for a year and a fucking half while they bump the rates like, well, we're going to come out and do a 0.25 this time. It's pathetic. You still carrying any long side or key or FITB? I have some interest. Well, it seems like I was wrong. Upstart 15p0 DTE, not same like free money. Not yet. Where do we find support on SPX now that we've punched through 4120? There really isn't any. Gamma's pretty flat at this point, so anyone's game. The emphasis is on the first syllable, so Portillos. Okay, I think I've got it. I don't know, dog. The crashes usually come after rates start getting cut historically. Oh my god. Correlation is not causation, Stefan. What happens usually, historically, when rates are cut, is that we have moved into a deflationary period, right? And we're in a deflationary environment, and that's why the market crashes. The Fed almost always overdoes it. Deflation, as I've said before, is far worse for equity pricing than inflation. I timed out, Stefan. I mean, it's easy to look back historically and make that assumption. I understand where his viewpoint is coming from, It's just not correct. In previous cycles of Fed rate hikes, the rates have gone up. Or were held until inflation was under 2%. Which is a deflationary environment. Deflation is very, very bad for equity pricing. It's great for price stability and consumer pricing, but it's terrible for corporations. And this time, we have very high inflation. Which is a little bit different than our inflation at previous points. It wasn't quite as high as it is now. We also only have n equals 1 samples for yield curve steepening in the stagflationary environment, and that's the 70s. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have a lot of evidence historically. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, Nvidia did break down. My bad.
You wanna ride it up the moon, you won't sell the top and move. You don't, your stock is going down, not up.
And we just broke through gamma neutral too.
You're stuck, your head is knocking like it's who's there. Bear, bear. Be scared, not a fucking care bear. Bear, bear. Don't care, all up in your dare, yeah. Bear, bear. Big bear, and now your board is down, 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 down.
What do you think the Fed did these small pumps in the Fed rate instead of tackling inflation earlier on and going like 10%? They really thought it was transitory due to the supply shock. They didn't think it would entrench itself. I mean, it seems pretty obvious given their narrative and their actions. I'm gonna be really sad when you stop streaming, man. I know it has to end one day, but even just hanging out or trading together makes this so much fun. I mean, I don't know if it'll end, but it may turn into something else. Transitory inflation sounded like hopium then. It was and it wasn't. There were a lot of factors at play. And from their end, it's
it's very hard to determine the root cause of inflation since it's essentially a made up statistic, right? And the most obvious thing at the time was the supply shock, which was going to resolve itself over time. Now, the question was inflation going to persist beyond the supply shock? And now that we see the bullwhip moving towards the consumer side, right, and easing the pressures on producers, we're starting to see that inflation has become far more entrenched during that period than previously expected. And so, yeah, I think the Fed should have been more aggressive, but no, I don't think it was hopium. I think that there was a valid reason, at least at the beginning of that, to think that inflation would be transitory. Correlation is not causation. Fair point, but who cares? We all know that the crash has already been caused. I'm just waiting for the signal to jump in market wide puts, and that's Fed's rate cuts. What if they don't cut them? What if they don't cut them till after the crash and you miss the window? What if we never hit deflation and the new normal is like 3 or 4%? Have the bananas made you money today? Mm, almost. I've made money on the 15 bananas, but the one banana cucked me. Cucked me pretty hard, dork. Hold on.
What'd you guys do to my beautiful market? This is why you can't walk away. I had to. It was a very, very important phone call. Unfortunately. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know if this is blown out yet. It may go up a little while longer. Yeah, it may go up a little while longer. We'll see what happens here. Let me see what futures are doing. Okay, so probably should have been watching out for that. A little bit of a high bounce. I was hoping that we would actually test here and not. I mean, it kind of sucks that we bounced a little bit above it, but I think it's okay. There's a lot of support here. Right in this range on futures, like between 41.20 and 41.35, like right here. There's a lot of like open interest on futures, so that's kind of roughly from here down to like right here, like this range. So hopefully, I mean, I guess it's not so bad if it burns out quickly in the top end, because that'll mean that there'll be less support on the downside. But it could take a minute to break down. This is a very long-term support. This one goes back, I think, all the way back to, March 13th. So it's and we've been pretty stable on it the entire time. So yeah, that's a pretty important one. Now if it breaks down, obviously that's very bearish. It would also mark the first significant breakdown of this 0.25 standard deviation since like the end of March. So and that was critical here in February as well, that same deviation. We're only under it for like part of a Friday before recovering back to the upside. Well, we hope so. I mean, that's only the technical trend. There's a lot of other shit going on right now, though. Hope Mama Gurk is doing well. The market decided to respect and obey your gamma neutral line. I see that. But, I mean, ideally, we'll just capitulate back down towards it. We didn't bounce back above 41.25 or 41.30, so as of right now, this bounce isn't really helping the call side a lot. Remember that most of our like open interest we're concerned with is up at these levels. And gamma in this range is pretty flat. So as long as we don't bounce back above like 41.25, 41.35, yeah. So as long as we don't bounce back above 41.25, this range is still pretty flat and we can slip back down. If we move back above 41.25, we're going to see 40.30s go back in the money, like the 41.30s.
They still haven't. They've capitulated some, but they're still holding on. So we haven't left the megaphone range technically. It's only just expanded. And really, the megaphone kind of already broke down when we started to get this. But we did break to the upside of the downtrend. I don't want to go to the top of the megaphone. Yeah, I know. Well, Powell confirmed a recession, which the White House immediately denied, right? Because they're the experts. You draw the other ones in there too? Which ones? Now that we have initially strong big bank earnings, is the next bear catalyst minus World War III next month's inflation data or May rate decision? I think the catalysts are compounding already. I don't think we had any really bullish information over the last 3 days. I mean, yeah, uh, bank earnings were okay, right? They were decent. They showed a lot of inflow. But they also the inflow they're showing is, defensive from an investment standpoint. People are moving into highly defensive ETFs. They're moving into banks that, are better suited to protect their money. So the fear is still persistent. And then also, we haven't had enough time with any of the data to determine how much risk the big banks are carrying, right? Do you think there's a chance there's no SLD pump on Monday, Tuesday? It's possible. I mean, it doesn't always happen. The other megaphones that start at 12:08 and 11:27. So those aren't really megaphones, right? This one's just a drop. This almost became one, but it's really not, right? Like you've got descending peaks with a consistently descending bottom. And it's closer to a downtrend minus that tiny bit of volatility here than it is a megaphone. Megaphones, since they're already wildly inconsistent, you really want that pattern development of the higher highs and lower lows, right? This is very important, and it's important to confirm it too. But really the megaphone broke down from like right here, and that was kind of the end of it. Here we have, like, if you look at the one you're referring to, or both of the ones you're referring to, you have a high into the next high is lower, and then the following high is kind of in between. This isn't showing a lot of strength on the bull side. The lows are consistently down, lower and lower, but the highs are not higher, right? So now you're seeing a weakening of the trend that was present before, and then here even more so, right? Whereas where the bull side got even weaker, we have two upper tests relatively at the same range, and yet the downside remains consistently lower. So this is the volatility from that bleeding off, right? But these aren't megaphones themselves. Uh, Gold back up over 2,000. Oil at 82.68 a barrel. T-bill futures are down. T-bond futures are, down. Hmm. Since this isn't really volume backed, decent chance of rejection. I don't like that we're above 41.25 right now. I guess that'll depend on profit taking. Wait, VIX is almost back to intraday lows. I will say the bounce doesn't have a ton of volume, but that doesn't mean it's not going to persist. I think it could. With this is sort of level of VIX suppression ongoing, do you think any steep market correction increases the chance of another Volmageddon? Any actual market crash catalyst definitely does. Asada, Al Pastor, or Carnitas? Generally speaking, Al Pastor is going to be better most places. There are some places where the Carnitas or the Asada could be better. I think it's in the music channel, Salty. It's called Bear Raid. Well, we broke down. We're back below 41.25, which is good, right? But we haven't broken down enough to say that the upside is breaking down. If I have a 1-0 DT put on SPX at 41.30 and we close today below that strike, and I don't ever sell to close, what happens? I just get paid whatever it closes at. I don't know how Fidelity handles SPX contracts. But yeah, you should just be paid the difference between spot and strike. So, you know, if the day ends at like 41.22, you should be paid, you know, 41.22, 41.30. So $8, right? So you get paid the difference between spot and strike. If you don't have enough money to exercise the call, I'm not sure how they handle it. Different brokers handle that differently. I used to love carnitas, hands down. Now I've noticed a lot of places make it too dry. That's usually from like reheating it. Which, yeah, can make it kind of, if done poorly, can make it kind of nasty. How do you feel about Puerto Rican food? It's not my favorite. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like Puerto Rican or Ecuadorian food very much. I like Colombian food. But Honduras, Puerto Rico, and Ecuador, I'm not a big fan of their cuisine. And they're all kind of like just slightly different variations on largely the same stuff. But because you didn't eat my abuelitas food, maybe. Oh, so you're a Mexican? I'm not Mexican. There's a lot of Mexican like regional food that I don't like either. Nvidia 262 50 0 DT or $65. Yeah, I know. A European millionaire soccer player got divorced and his wife wanted half. But in court, they found out he's been giving his mom all his money since he got married. Fuck. Are they just gonna, I mean, they'll probably just take it back, right? I just had real Mexican tacos, live in Texas, with beef tongue, lengua, maybe a slash of lime, pure bliss. Nice. There are laws everywhere on how much you can gift without taxation. Yeah. Do quesadillas have cheese? I think it depends what part of Mexico you're in, right? Like I know they normally don't. They usually have like chicken or squash blossom or like utloche. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that properly. It's like a corn fungus. Um but I've had quesadillas in Mexico that had like Oaxaca in it. Like the what's the stringy one? It's kind of like mozzarella. Oaxaca, Oaxaca. Yeah, I so yeah, I've seen both. So I think it's like there's a lot of variations in Mexican cuisine regionally. I think far more than most people realize. I wouldn't want to carry MSTR puts over the weekend. It's too risky. Should we discuss how to pronounce Coita? That's like the crumbly one, right? I hate that shit. Cotia? I think it's Cotia. Yes, it is. Oh, okay. Weird coincidence. My dad's nick. Why did you spell it wrong then? My dad's nickname in prison was corn fungus. Small world. Nice. Ever try pupusas? Yeah, I fucking hate them. At least all the ones I've had have been awful. Ever had foie gras? Yeah, I have. It's a bit much. Huh. Interesting. Pronounce Hermione? Why? Do you like menudo? No. Have you had legit escargot from France? Not from France, but I've had like legit escargot. Recently read a piece arguing we are going to be in a high inflation environment for the foreseeable future coming out of COVID and 2008 with economies mirroring post war conditions. Thoughts? Mm, Interesting. Yeah, I guess there's a similarity. Different kind of government spending, but there's some similarities. Did the 41.25 just sell off? Sure looks like it. I agree that if the Fed doesn't tackle inflation now, we're gonna have some serious issues with entrenched inflation for quite some time. Yeah, I know how they make foie gras. Although not all of them are force fed anymore, you can get ones that aren't. They're not as fatty, but don't ask me how I managed to spend 28 days in France for a total of $1,300. Huh. It's impressive. What was her name? As a fellow cultured NSYNC fan, are you aware that the new Trolls movie plot revolves around Branch's character, JT, being reunited with his old band? I think it's a Jackson 5 parody, but still. No, I was not aware. I have not seen the new Trolls movie. Nor do I want to. I don't dislike sauerkraut. So, I don't know. I guess kefir. Kefir's really good. I'd probably put sauerkraut on the list. And then miso. I would say miso. Miso is probably my favorite fermented food. I mean, pickles, obviously. Have you guys ever had oh god, what was it that fucking my ex hippie girlfriend drank this shit. It was called like Voss or Kvass. It's spelled like KVASS. It's like kombucha, but it's made from bread and it's fucking disgusting. It's so fucking gross. It tastes like rye bread water with bubbles that's been rotting. Kombucha's pretty fucking gross too. No, coconut water is spit water. If I told you that coconut water was like forced child laborers spitting into bottles all day, would you believe me? The natto's really good too. I've had it. Coconut's not nasty. It's just that coconut water is nasty. And of all the coconut waters, I hate harmless coconut water the most.
Because it's like the price of like 12 coconuts. It's pink and it tastes like spit. It's like drinking someone spitting into your mouth. Don't let trash hear any of that sentence. People pay good money for that. You know cottage cheese is fermented, right? I'll bet the Dalai Lama likes coconut water. I always wanted to try escargot. I never had the chance. How is it like? Seafood or like something else entirely? It's like slimy shrimp. Soft, slimy shrimp that tastes like garlic. Kind of like a booger. Yeah, like snot. If they're made right, they're not supposed to be snotty. But yeah, I've never understood people that like that particular texture mouthfeel. Like there's some foods that I really don't like. Like I don't like fucking oysters. I don't like raw oysters. I don't like uni. Um yeah, I'm not a big fan of calamari either. Calamari's not as bad though. Like I just I don't know. I don't know why people want that like slippery shit in their mouths. It's like they love the lack of texture. It's fucking gross. It's like, oh, I can't wait to slurp up some fucking sea urchin nut. Yeah. Why? It's disgusting. I've had really good uni and I still hate it. Keep going, I'm almost there. Have you ever had live octopus? No. Okra is all about how it's prepared. I've had okra that was phenomenal, and I've had okra that tasted like a hairy tiny penis. I'm gonna add angry. Angry's another. And you know this how? Well, because I can imagine things. You know, one of the best things about having a brain that's, you know, far more advanced than other animals is that you can imagine things and make comparisons before experiencing them directly. I don't stay with me on this. It's almost like we can use that to plan for multiple outcomes in the future. Now,
I realize that not all of you are capable of that. And so the assumption is he must have had a tiny angry penis in his mouth to know what a tiny angry penis would feel like in his mouth. And the answer is no. Fun alert. What makes them angry? It's the bristliness. I didn't confirm or deny that nautical. Hey, look, NVIDIA back above gamma neutral. Help? Why are you typing help? Do you need help? Are you in danger? If you can't type more than help, you're fucked. Put capitulation incoming? I mean, I think we saw a little bit of it there. Do you own any NFTs? Why would I want those? I think I might. I think I might have gotten like a free one from something that GameStop did. Because I signed up for that stupid creator shit way back when. Ape tokens are non-fungible, basically. My one banana got bearish. My 5 bananas undecided. Pickle jars, Elon Musk, Google alerts all go off at one time. Wait, I don't have an Elon Musk Google alert. Musk has secured thousands of high-powered GPU processors from NVIDIA. Yeah, that's not going to fix the fucking hole in their earnings. Nothing worse than an indecisive 5 banana, right? You have the 1 banana telling you something and the 15 banana telling you something, but then the 5 banana's like, I don't know. I think an unshaven Johnson could be complacent. An angry one would be somewhere probably in between at peak prickliness. Was there some data that came out overnight that says we're in an entrenched or deflationary environment now? No. The deflation discussion had to do with Stefan assuming that all market crashes happen because the Fed cuts rates. As far as entrenched inflation goes, core CPI is moving up faster than headline CPI. So which implies that inflation in durables is persisting, which means, you know, entrenched inflation is more likely if left unaddressed. Or inflation is already entrenched, depending on how you look at it. Maybe this is a bump in banana? Who knows? Where we get like banana, but it's all, you know, the same direction. What do Long Johnson subscribers get that Cornishons don't? Um, Hold on, there's an answer. I don't remember what the membership levels do, so give me a second. It's supposed to be the weekend stream. Do you think SPX is bottomed or still more to go? Well, I hope there's more to go. It doesn't help that we keep bouncing off of gamma neutral. Oh, god damn it, Stefan. They're not the true timing signal of the crash. Like, everybody's been looking at the same fucking chart for the last 40 years. And Stefan's like, nope, I figured out how to time market crashes. Girk, convince me not to buy a house in Japan. I think it would be a good thing to leave for my grandkids. Do you have children already? What Stefan fails to realize is that the true indicator that the market is crashing is a crashing market. This is true. I don't know if you can buy property in Japan. But does it transfer to your, like, your people? Can you will the property? I have a friend who works for a bank there, and yeah, it's it's hard to live in Japan if you're not Japanese. It's easier to own property than it is to get citizenship. Huh. You're more orange now? Am I? Because I changed the color of my shirt? I just took my hoodie off because I was fucking getting hot. Cork went to Jersey for a second. But can you not turn Japanese despite the hit song? No. My calves are already fully exposed. I'm just wearing boxers right now. Buy the land, redevelop it as a B&B, and let Japanese people run it for me. Oh, so you're trying to get like a quick path to citizenship by creating a business and jobs? Hypothetically, market dumps like real hard. Am I crazy to think that putting a good chunk, 10 to 20% of my port in Nifty 50 and hold it for 10 years could be really good? Ignore if you saw already. I don't like India as an emerging market. At least not right now. And definitely not in the next 10 years. I'm suing them? I've been eating sushi constantly to turn Japanese. Sorry. Is headline inflation just the CPI number and the core is removing the more volatile figures? Yes. CPI is the index. And then inflation, the headline and core inflation are measures of that, specific parts of that index by weighting. Have you ever seen the chart? I feel like these old time swing trader friends who make millions of dollars a year might be being a little disingenuous with you. Fed rate cuts leading to market crashes has been a meme for like 20 years. 30? 30 years. I make millions of dollars a year on market crashes. I know you do, Fluffy, but don't tell anyone. They'll want your secrets. I thought the Fed cut rates as the market is crashing because they're too slow to stop it. No, historically, the Fed cuts rates when we hit deflationary environments. Or deflation is inevitable, and then the market usually crashes when deflation is realized. I mean, I don't care if the market crashes right now. If it does, cool, but I'm basically never playing a market crash. Mr. Poopy Pants thinks the UBS deal breaks apart this weekend. It could happen. They voted no, right, on the referendum or whatever to fund it. I would like to speak to the VIX's manager.
You bought calls on gold? Yeah, I should have sold them when they were up, too. Gold dipped today. Jfresh Cat, he's busy getting deposed in the Epstein case. Shucks. I don't know if anyone's actually playing a market crash. Yeah, trying to time market crashes seems ridiculous. If they happen when you're short, that's awesome. But planning on a market crash or betting that the market will crash is a dangerous game reserved for big money. SPX down 50 BPS. VIX at intraday low. I think the SPX is down more than that from this morning. Yeah, SPX hit a fucking low of 120 BPS drop today since market open. Okay, now things get bearish. I think old school traders who make millions know you cannot effectively time a market crash. Oh, I don't know about that. I've seen a lot of desk jockeys who spend all their time trading fucking like ascending triangles. I mean, as long as they can make, you know, more than they're getting paid a year with client money, they'll keep their job. Those QQQ pits you told me to wait on would have printed. This is why I can't trust your ranch opinions. You would have bought them when the market was rocketing this morning. Jimmy's just waiting until Cam capitulates on his 200k put position to break down, right? Yeah, sure. I just want to see 4k. I'll settle for 4050 though. Alright. Play the correction, hope for a crash. We're going back to 4950 because the bears will capitulate. They don't seem to be in a very capitulating mood today, honestly. I mean, everyone's talking about timing a market crash, so they dump VIX so low that market crash insurance is basically free. It's kind of funny. It kind of is. Hey, I don't appreciate that credulous tone. It's incredulous. I think holding 41.15, 40, 41.14, 44.15 calls over the weekend is a bad idea. It's hard to tell if we could see more gains on Monday before SLD. We could, but you're pretty far out of the money. I suppose you already have those calls. I wasn't when I bought them at open. You probably should have sold them when they were up. Stop losses are your friend. Did you get some sun? You look tan. No. Apparently, if I don't wear black, I turn orange. Fucking racist camera. That looks more normal. Is that more normal? I can't even. I think it does. Have you ever wired money to WeBull? No. Is in my account settled cash already, even though it's pending? It should be available immediately. 5 banana down, dork. 5 banana down. Dork, in case you didn't hear me. 5 banana. 5 banana down. $15 banana also down. This is not a drill. We got a hot landing zone with 5 and 15 banana. Waiting on the 1. I'll let you know when I see the final banana. Actually, you know what? The one banana already looks shitty. Can you tell us what you watch on your other screens, or is it super secret stuff? I mean, on my other screen, I have a chart from another brokerage, and then on that screen, I have one last brokerage, and then over all of those brokerage charts, I have a live webcam of Dork in his living room, also trading in his underwear. You left Carl out. Carl's just here. His wife threw him out again.
He was supposed to be covering for me. Nope. Nope. He's going to be on the couch for a couple days. Shorting the VIX a way to increase the effectiveness of stop loss hunts, or is that just a byproduct? I think it's just a byproduct. Thanks, Ryan. The couch tried dog crate in a garage. Did Carl time you out today? You seem bitter. What's wrong with your feet that you need to grate them? I don't have any bananas for NVIDIA. No, but he did time me out last night after I called him a shill. Of course he did. That's irrelevant to the question. You made a statement. And I think the question is relevant to your statement. Why would someone need to grate their feet? Can you point me to the part of the stream where you talk about the VIX? I don't know which part that was. To get the cheese off? My question was, have you ever filed your hooves? I don't have hooves. I'm a human boy. This is the only moment in the history of the world where feet grating followed by mentions of mysterious bananas. It'll never happen again. Or it'll happen a bunch more times. Hmm. Is NVIDIA about to plunge to zero? I mean, it just bounced super hard. Probably never, Surfa. What if the bulls never stop pumping and cause an actual bull market? Then everyone who wants to sell is going to dump their bags on them. Here's a fun fact. Someone has bought the top of every market. Thoughts on NVIDIA July 200? It's kind of far out of the money, but it's not terrible. You may have to sell it before it goes in the money. We also need NVIDIA to continuously go down for a while. There's always someone who buys the very bottom of the dip and sells the very top at the peak. And then there's everyone else. What do you think we're going to see? I think we're going to see me attempt to find a snack while I wait for this consolidation to break down. 145. Gherk, you think we could test 411.13 again? Sure. Time to full port SPY Jan 400s? I mean, I guess you could. Let's see, those are pricey, right? This can't be that cheap. How many are you gonna get? 6? Do you collect or own any nice boots or shoes? No, I'm not really into shoes. I have shoes. I have some nice shoes that I wear occasionally, but that's it. All of your angry red positions on the right make me sad for you. Why? I don't give a shit. Don't be sad on my behalf. I sold the green ones. Crocs don't count. I don't own any Crocs, nor would I ever own Crocs. Of course, their stock is great. They get people to buy, uh, like used tires to put on their feet for fucking $100. You gotta love the VIX. Yeah, it's being a bastard. One sec, I'll bring
Snack time. This is not bearish, Greg. This is the futures pump we all knew was coming. Okay. I've got cashews, a beef stick, and goldfish. That's like my 2-year-old's lunch. You should feed your 2-year-old better. How do you manage overnight straddles with VIX dropping so hard? The value of even monthly SPY straddles drops so much from IV crush that it's hard to play. Buy less theta. She's the 4th kid. You gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah. That's fair. You can't expect to be the 4th child and have your parents care that much about you. Like, it's just greedy at that point. Welcome back to Dillionaire Barry. Guys, Barry here.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we
Replace goldfish with Cheez-Its, and that was my lunch. Nice.
Yo, but we ain't no cult.
This isn't bad. What the fuck does this mean? It says grass-fed and finished beef used. It says used. Show you. Wait, hold on. See, it says fucking used. I mean, they're saying it as like a statement, but you shouldn't put the word used on food ever. I hope the Bulls have a terrible weekend.
after they rescue their 4130s. It says used. Like they meant to say grass fed and finished beef used. But they didn't need to do this. They could have left that out. I can't believe they're going to get the VIX down to 1550 today. What's up, Gurk? Barry here. After success of my IRA, I decided to take out a 5K balance transfer 2 weeks ago on my credit card. 0% interest for 10 months. That card now has a $0 balance again. Thanks, SPX. Congratulations, Barry. That's fucking awesome, dude. Gurk here telling you great job. I assume grass finished means that, like, I don't know, maybe they killed the cow with like a bamboo stake. Sustainable. How's OI look? We're picking up enough stream to break through 4100, or is the uptrend picking up steam? How many 0DT calls still need to sell off? It'd probably help if I looked at it. Looks like all but the 4130 0DT calls have closed. 4120 has shifted more negative. Yeah, the 4120 calls are pretty much gone. Same with 4115. There's still 4125 and 4130 calls that haven't sold off yet. At the end of their life, they're grass-fed. I liked my version better. Yeah, I know what it means. My lungs are grass-fed. Yes, they are, Dork. I already finished the beef.
Wait, is Stefan just high all the time? Thanks for all the edutainment, brother. My next goal is surprise my wife with a 2023 Yukon AT4, and I refuse to pay $1 over MSRP. Best part, she thought I stopped trading a year ago. That's fucking awesome, man. You know, once she finds out, you're gonna suck at it again, though, right? Hmm. You know, Dork, call return profitability fucking tanked today, man. Oh no, the bananas bought the bottom of this dip. People aren't buying calls, they already bought calls. These aren't fresh calls, Dork. They're old calls. You said calls weren't profitable the other day, too. It still went up almost 1.5%. I don't think they care if they make money. I mean, partially, no. It's more about not losing money, right? But, it also depends on what time frame I'm looking at that on, right? Like yesterday, over the last 30 days, yesterday was the most profitable day to have calls. Today is about even with Thursday. Wednesday, rather. Not quite yet. One banana stopped out on the long side, Dork. Right there.
Yogurt, just tuning in, having a blast trading both directions today. Thanks to the streaming over the past couple years. Great stream, great content. Thank you, Meatwad. I appreciate it, man. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Probably the raccoon. One banana's a paper-handed bitch. You think so? I mean, 5 bananas saying 1 banana is not really right. 15 bananas saying 1 banana and 5 banana are really wrong. Daily Banana says we're going to hell. We are going to tour the depths of Jamie's collar, according to the Daily Banana. All this banana talk has gotten me fluffed up. I'm going to go put my bidet through its paces. All right. Well, Elon Musk, after complaining for the last 3 months about regulators not doing enough to stop the advance of AI, has decided himself to attempt to advance AI. That'll teach them. Well, maybe he'll ruin it like he did electric cars. Oh shit, dork. Bear banana. Oh fuck, he's on the bidet. You're not moving the Nvidia chart because you're an all-seeing, handsome, magical creature? Sure. I think Power Hour is gonna get silly. I agree. Sup, Gurg? Back from bideting myself into another dimension. Nice. Amidst the moans and gurgling noises I was making, I thought I heard you say something about banana. Yeah, yeah. Short banana getting bearish. Nope, bananas are bananas. We've decided after all of our work, our and toiling to predict the markets, that we would simply place 4 bananas on a counter and try to determine the speed at which they rot. And then that's going to be our indicator for buy and sell signals in the market. What do you think we're doing last hour? I don't know. It looks a little bearish right now. Might get more bearish later. Hey, Dad. Ben here. I have too many bear bananas. I don't know what to tell you, Ben. What about 1 banana and 15 banana? Those are the different rates at which they're decaying. Have you back tested the signal? No. Bananas are really expensive right now because, dole. So we have to, we can only forward test. I know of one person, at least one person, who has back tested a banana. Matt Kors. Don't get me started about how awesome my Dole stock is. Market up, market down, Dole up. Believe it or not, market sideways, Dole also up. All right, everybody calm down. We've just found a risk-free arbitrage between banana futures and anime waifu NFTs. We're getting fucking rich. Man, don't tell them. They'll crowd the fucking market. Once we've obtained a sufficient stake in banana futures in order to maintain delta neutral on our banana position, then yes, we're going to consider starting a banana derivative. We'll call it a smoothie. Smooth coin. You trying to give everything away to Jimmy Dizzle? It's okay, we already front ran him. It's almost too far out of the money. But it's an okay amount of theta. That sounds awful, Stefan. How big of a donation to get you to take your shirt off during power hour? $1 million. Done. Wait 6 months to deposit the check. $350,000? Do you remember how much profit you made on the stream when you took your shirt off? Exactly. How much does it cost to get you to take those wrist guards you use for trading off? Oh man, I took them off when the 5-minute banana went bearish. I feel like that's not something you ever forget. It only got better from the point I took my shirt off. SPX 5-minute bearish yet? Started to look that way. Might not be till like middle of power hour though. I do remember the perm. I cut the put side of my straddle way too soon this morning and ended up red on the day. Any tips for rookies? Don't get scared out of your position by wildly volatile price improvement. It generally doesn't last. Teach you how to make 10 million after tax in the market, and I'll give you $1 million to take your shirt off. Do I get the money up front, or do you have to make the 10 million first? I would love nothing more than to find out later this whole time you and Dork have been trading Dole, and that's why you're saying banana. It was a pretty great day. It was definitely one of my best days of 2021. 2022. The other best day of 2022, I didn't take my shirt off, but I made an equivalent amount of money buying Caterpillar at $160. This is most definitely one of the streams on YouTube. It is. What's driving the market up? Call buying, futures? Dork! 1 minute banana. 1 banana. One banana. We have a confluence in bananas. You're about to answer my question. What's driving the market up? There's calls at 41.25 and 41.30. They never sold them. They did go out of the money for a little while, but they held on, knowing that one day a put would sell and they would get their money back. You know, Dork, I'm going to be honest with you. The short bananas aren't as successful as the long bananas. Have you ever thought what would happen if we only bought long bananas? That's because the market sucks ass. Fair enough. I thought this was supposed to be a transparent stream. I'm going back to Morance's car stream. No, you're not. Because you want to know what long banana means. And Dork is more than happy to show you. VIX is literally at 1750. Of course the short bananas are going to get rammed into the stink hole. That's true. Short banana lying?
Show us the banana on screen. Why is the cat drawing circles on May 19th, SPY 335 and 350 puts? Well, either he's bought them or he's having a beautiful mind moment. Say it, Gurk. Say cash settled. No. Bid ask on SPY May puts is insane. Like only 3 bid depth on them with thousands in ask depth. Interesting. Petition to change the name to Powell Hour. Should have already been called that. It's almost like someone shorting a fuck ton of SPY May puts. Who would have guessed? It seems reasonable. Hmm. Hmm. Oh shit. 1 second. There I am. Whew. I feel like we're about to see some violence, but I don't know which way. Me either. Things are definitely consolidating. You zoom in a little on SPX? Yeah, sure. Even VIX is consolidating. I think it's all about to happen, Dork. Here, I'm gonna DM you my banana. I am live on Discord. What do you mean I'm not live on Discord? What the fuck? Kicked me out of my own channel? There we go. Joined in for the first time since this morning. First thing I hear is I'm gonna DM you my banana. Yeah. This is a serious stream about making money in the financial markets, Zach Sav. I don't know what you expected, but I'd ask that you keep it professional. Howdy, Gurk. Haven't been slacking, just moving into new digs. I really appreciate you leaning on BlackRock to keep the market somewhat calm this past week. I owe you and Lair Baby a drink. Somewhat calm. Thanks, Jedward. I appreciate it, man. See you back soon once you're settled. Fill in the gap on VIX. I'm gonna fill someone's gap today. Most profession, wow, such stream. Thanks, Fluffy. Are tech earnings gonna be shit? You know it. Fix experiencing the mother of all seller boxings. I wouldn't want to live on Epstein's island. Are regional bank earnings going to be shit? Well, I hope not all of them. I haven't had a cigarette in 4 weeks. That's fucking awesome, Hazy. Congratulations, dude. Seriously. I did not YOLO FRC. I have no interest in that bank whatsoever. Yeah, sure. Shoot it over. I don't want to do it right now, but. Well, maybe I'll look at it over the weekend. I quit drinking every time I finish a beverage. Nice. Is Truest safe? I don't know what that. Oh. I have no idea. That's TFC, right? Soothsayer of Staten Island. How well will my trading be next week? You're gonna do okay, but marginal enough that you're gonna go into the following week questioning if you should really be doing this with your life. Then you're gonna hit it big, get exuberant, YOLO into something, and lose all the money you made in the prior week, followed by another average week. Is that your full NVIDIA position right now? Where? On week? No. Sounds about right. I'm in. Awesome. I told you my trading cycle and confidence. Yeah, I didn't dig into TFC too much. I'm not sure where they stand.
If I remember, they had like a lot of MBS exposure. I'm trying to remember anything else that I saw. Yeah, there was some reason I looked over them. It was either credit or MBS exposure was too high, like consumer credit. Close under 4,100. Well, we're starting to slip 4,130, which is a good place to be. We've got a ways to go to 4,100 though. SPY May 19th, 400p are cheap. Yeah. So are SPX May 19, 4,000s. Interesting. About another 4K May 19 4 minutes ago. Nice. At least someone's not mentally challenged. BlackRock CEO Fink. I see 2 to 3 more Fed rate increases. Well, now that they have everyone's money locked up. You play JPM earnings? I don't play earnings. Level with me, Gherk. Are you all of the volume on Express Jan 24 $1 calls? What are you looking to get? Hmm? No, we talked about this when you became a pigeon whale, NW. There's no discounts on the covered calls. Cut or keep these 4120 SPX0 DTs. Well, it looks like they might be about to go in the money again. Weren't you? You used to be, though. Jim just tweeted when at Elon Musk wants to dominate AI, who does he go to? According to the future, Nvidia. Nvidia gonna halt to the downside. I fucking hope so. This is what happens when you get quadratically confluted bananas, dork.
There's free chimkin nuggies for all of SoCal if they open their Chick-fil-A application, adding yet another reason why Gherk should just move back. I get the feeling that you need someone to hang out with. NW, you son of a bitch. Welcome back to Pigeon Whale. Thank you so much, man. Pigeon Whales, come, flock. He has rejoined you and risen once again from the pores. I wish I had like a chorus of pigeon whale cooing. Huh. That was a very fast 3 grand. Nice, man. Short bus, long trade. I bet there's a few people here who could make that. Quadratic bananas be like x equals negative b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac divided by 2a. I mean, or just 4. Bruh, is Vix about to short squeeze? I don't know. Was Vix about to short squeeze? Maybe. Is it now? Hard to say. Nobody wants a quadratically confluted banana. You don't know it until you try it. Thanks for your exit, DD. No problem, man. That's a better way of putting it. Yeah, I know. The suspense is horrible. I hope it lasts. I don't. I have 0 DTEs. Let's get this shit over with. What would you guys do if we halt into close on SPX? Remember that SPX only halts in one direction. You know what? Tenderized loins. Everyone can stop. You won. That's the correct answer. Call my ex-girlfriend and tell her she can keep the $100 she owes me. Don't talk to your ex-girlfriend. You're better than that, wet dirt Kurt. I think. I'd put a banana in my ass and run on the treadmill until I got some pussy pudding. Okay, you know what? Never mind. Dork wins now. I love how horny men on the internet are. It's like I'll talk to his ex-girlfriend. Like just sight unseen, goods unchecked. I'll hit that shit. What is wrong with people?
His ex-girlfriend is my wife. Oh, okay. I didn't realize you guys were Eskimo brothers. Sorry for judging. Jimmy, the new stablecoin. Probably not for much longer. Did someone buy some like 4120 calls? What the fuck is this bullshit? You know what I think they do, Dork? I think as the price is rising, they sell in the money covered, like in the money calls, like naked, right? And then when the price drops, they buy them back. So like price going up, you sell calls in the money ahead of the price action, right? And then when the price drops at each level, you buy them back. Well, you sell puts before you buy them back. If I can just do it on minis, more leverage. This is the classic Z for Zorro formation. HV on SPX is 1630. Are they giving out free puts right before the crash? They're probably YOLOing the free puts. Kenny's got to lower the premiums on his insurance. Fed policy has so far gone down the monetary rabbit hole that it no longer has functional policy mechanisms to control base money supply relative to demand. Thoughts? You need to stop watching videos on YouTube. Economists that know what they're talking about get paid to say bullshit all day. You're a video on YouTube. Yeah, don't watch. Go away. Dude, I was so lucky to exit on those 4125 P0 GTEs. Yeah, this bounce is crazy. Shit's about to get weird, I think. What time frame am I supposed to be looking at this? 1 minute? Huh. Interesting. It's just a 500k candle. What's wrong? What's wrong with like a 10% of today's volume trading in the last 10 minutes? Cash that upstart bounce. Where do you see it headed? Probably down more. At least over the next week. There's a 2 million 1 minute candle on the SPY. Where? Why can't I see it? Well, there's still enough puts in this game to pull it back down. I don't know. Where does this put your SLD targets? As of right now? Hmm. I think this... I mean, it's a little early to tell, but... This puts us somewhere around like 4,006 to 47. Hmm. Have you ever stolen candy from a baby? No? That's not true. You buy zero DTs all the time. Zero DTs are like trying to steal candy from a crack addict. Who's like holding a shiv. And then trying to give them back a little while later. Yeah.
In my experience, stealing candy from a baby is actually pretty difficult. Normally they cry, scream, and their parents come running. You'd think if you did it fast enough, their slow reaction speed would protect you. There's not much left, OG. It's like almost the end of the day. We must complete the Head and Shoulders. Why weren't you featured on Charles Payne? Tarable and Andrew Mo Money were. I don't know who that is. I want to buy something with my NVIDIA put gains. Probably calls on NVIDIA. Is this just like a big Head and Shoulders that we don't have enough time to realize? Hmm. That's the end of the day right there, though. They're pricing up the IV on VIX. There's like no OI updates. It's like the end of the day. All the 0DTs are selling off. The long dated shit's still pretty much the same. Nothing's really changed as we've traded around here. I mean, we've lost some of the 125s and 130s, but there's still plenty there. The 0DT 125s are gone. But and maybe the 125 puts are gone as well, and that's why we bounced. Oh, one sec. So beautifully flat. The lack of volume, the symmetry, the straightness, it's perfection. Chef's kiss. Um, I think the Nvidia's bounce might have already been realized here. Um, it looks like the downtrend's starting, but it's, I don't know. I still want us to hold below GN. Dork, they stopped the market from crashing. I know, short banana back on. Short banana. One. One short banana. No, I told you banana. You don't tell me banana. I told you banana. One, two banana. Fuck, I didn't even check the two banana. What can I do to increase my banana length and girth? Didn't you get the email? This breakup is your fault. You showed the head and shoulders, knowing good and well there's always breakup. VIX 16 cents away from 52-week low. Dude, VIX is at 1720. What's going on? These are excellent questions. SPX down 25 BPS. My long dated SPX short position down 250 BPS. All right, well, that's a start. Are you buying VIX calls? No, not really. Bear aren't real anymore. Market crash Monday? No idea. Probably not. The only thing up today is oil. Oil and Dixie. VIX below 16. Buy out the money leaps. See at 3,200. Probably lower than 16. Like if you're speculating on it, you'd probably want to buy them if it's around 14. Why do the Bulls always ruin my day? Because they suck. They suck and they like to buy out of the money calls for pennies. Are they going to do that thing again where they try to pump it up to 150 on the last candle? Yes. I've seen that happen on like individual stocks before close, but I don't think I've ever seen that happen on the index before. Like what happened the other day, where it shot up like $15 on the last candle. In general, do you cut positions early? Yeah, I'll just cut them and reposition them. So good bullshit. Why is Rev still trading and up 7%? Well, the equity's not destroyed yet? Yields rocketed today. Although the 2-year just slipped back below 44.1. Three and sticks are still holding steady at 5. The 20-year is still at 3.852. It's not necessarily people leaving bonds, it's just no one's buying them today. Volume is anemic for end of day. It's pretty low, yeah. Hmm. Straddling over the weekend, yeah. Looks like I'm straddling 41.40. Well, I'll get the calls or the puts now. Because then if we drop, I can buy the call. Yeah, 41.40 does feel yucky. Well, I'm gonna try to. I'm getting the puts at 41.35, and then maybe I'll just do like a $5 spread and strangle it. You said you may close all your GME CCs next week. Is that after some expected shorting for SLD? And then you think a run could occur? I'll close them if I think it's illiquid enough to run. Right now, I don't think that's the case. But yeah, if we get a decent amount of shorting next week, it's possible. Hmm. Hmm. Can you talk about NVIDIA movement today before you sign off? Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Oh, I don't think there's a ton to say about it, but I'll go over it. I'll give $50 to the MM if they drop this to 4K by end of day. What would be the objective in shorting the VIX down here at these levels? Keep it cheap to buy puts, or just keep the market up? Both? Volatility increases the price of calls too. Hmm. Let's see what positioning's rolling right now. Take a look at Monday's expiration.
Looks like big call interest at 41.50, 41.60. That might just be sold still. 41.35 a lot weaker. Fairly significant put interest all the way down, but none of it particularly strong. Gamma flip for Monday at 40.97.50. Hmm. So bears and bulls could be shorting VIX, and people short volatility could be shorting VIX. Bears can be shorting VIX. Bulls can be shorting VIX. Nobody likes VIX up. When you say particularly strong, 100 KOI, like 8 million gamma, 8.5 million gamma, 8.9. The put side is like all like 800,000 to a million, but it's more spread out. It's actually gonna break down so I can buy a fucking call. Thank you. Come on. Nice. Squeeze the VIX. Like, I don't know, I guess you could. And if something happened, something big, with this much short positioning on VIX right now, um, it would probably squeeze. Who's got two thumbs and isn't hedging over the weekend? This guy? Congratulations, Dork. Going to the weekend like this is wild as fuck. Is it? I don't know. We never managed to break down below the fucking below resistance there on futures. Like that 41.35 resistance just held up. I cracked the code. Bad news is bullish so long as it isn't worse news. Generally, yeah. Are they going to get VIX below 16 before the end of the day? Or below 17?
No, people would still have to buy equities for it to be a bull market, polar bear. You can't have a bull market when everyone's running to bonds. It's an interesting end of the week. I don't know. I'm sure you could look it up, though. Why are the yields blowing up today? I mean, I'm guessing not a lot of bond demand. But it's up? Fake up? I mean, most of our ups over the last year and a half have been pretty fake, right? Waller said hawkish shit. When? Finally? Just now? It didn't do anything. This morning? Ding ding. VIX 1 cent away. It's 8 cents away. This market is disgusting. We're down 20 BPS on the day. It could be worse. Yeah, no volatility at close. All right. Well, we had a pretty high degree of capitulation at 4150. The 4150 and 4170 and 75 strikes at the beginning of the day. That catalyzed some of our downside, which was very heavily pressured until about 1 o'clock. And then we started to recover on the back of a little bit of put capitulation at the 4120 level. The rest of those, like 4120 and 4125 puts, closed out right around here. This, I don't know what drove this. Nothing really closed here. Most of the calls stayed open. Most of the out of the money puts stayed open. Some futures buying, but not a ton of volume there. So that was a bit strange, coinciding with this big spike in VIX before it fell off a cliff. Someone asked me to go over NVIDIA. And we had about 2 tests of gamma neutral. We ultimately bounced up into the end of the day. A little bit on the back of some news about Elon. You mentioned juggling liquidity for GME. It closed 1 penny above where it did last week. Huh. I mean, yeah, they are. It's pretty obvious if you look at the chart I posted today. That those little spikes you see, that's when they like shuffle the liquidity back and forth between the ETFs. Usually that means they're really low on liquidity, but our levels aren't that low yet, so it's kind of surprising to see it this early. But that may be the fact that they're still trying to get rid of arbitrage. And today was like the first day we had any kind of sell-off, so I'd imagine that'll restore some liquidity, but probably not a lot until we see more. That's why I'm waiting for SLD before I make any decisions with GME. It could be a broader market thing too. Could be, yeah. Might have been buying in SPY or VU or who the fuck knows. Yeah, well, so that's about it. I mean, we're still moderately close to gamma neutral, but closing above it into next week's probably not great. I guess we'll see what happens over the weekend. I believe there's more banking news Monday market open, right? I don't know who's reporting, but I think a couple banks are, right? So that'll be the rest of the banking news. JPM and Schwab. Okay. Does anybody know when FRC's earnings are? Off the top of their heads? Schwab, not JPM. JPM was today, right? I did talk about NVIDIA. I already covered it. FRC's on the 24th. Okay. So the regional banks are coming in a little bit later. Yeah, that's about it. Tesla has earnings next Wednesday. That's going to be probably moderately important. I'm not sure who else is next week. Upstart, what did Upstart do today? I mean, Upstart looks like it's gonna start continuing down. The liquidity from ETF FTD seems to be restored. They seem to be shorting it pretty hard again. So, I think as long as the market moves down, Upstart will too. So yeah, no expectations there. I think over next week it'll probably return nearer to the $13 range. Thanks, guys. I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend, and I will see you Sunday for the member stream at 12:30. Later.